We have to adopt the agenda first. We have to entertain a motion on the agenda. Yes, Mr. President. Uh, I don't believe that the Board of Education at this time should be entertaining an agenda that calls for the accessing and abolishment of 14 teaching positions and one clerical position until we are properly notified of such and see a plan in place regarding that. During the budget season, which I strongly presented my issues with the way in which it was presented, the then interim superintendent only presented to the community and the board a budget that called for the accessing of 3 administrative positions, not 14 teaching positions and one clerical position. So until we are able to get sufficient notification, and then I do believe we can then entertain those resolutions. So I would ask that we entertain all resolutions with the exception of resolutions number 10B16, 10B17, 10B18, 10B19, 10B20, 10B21, and 10B22. Correct. Morris.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Mr. Karsich. I'm one of the co-advisors of the Wyandanch Memorial High School Narrative, the school newspaper. I teach English at the high school. This is our title slide. The nameplate is the picture of the high school there. We published 3 issues, so that's why we said December, March, and June. I'll start off just telling a little bit about myself and Mr. Robert, my co-advisor. Like I said, I'm an English teacher. I teach English 12 to seniors. I have taught public speaking in the past, and next year I'll be teaching a journalism elective. I don't have experience as a journalist, but I did work in book publishing before I became a school teacher, so I have a working knowledge of the publishing business, and I guess the layman's knowledge of a newspaper. I mostly work on the editorial side, so I solicit story ideas from the staff, take them from the kids and assign them to the kids, and do most of the editing, although of course Mr. Robert does some editing as well. Mr. Robert teaches French at the high school. He is the editor-in-chief of his Alumni Association's newsletter, Kaluna. He works mostly on the technical side of the newspaper, so he created the template for the paper that you guys have there. We work in Microsoft Publisher for now. He designs most of that and has a lot of technical equipment, so he brings in a lot of expertise about like cameras and that sort of thing, microphones, which we hope to tell you about at the tail end of the presentation. This is our yearbook photo, a picture of myself in the corner and the kids all around. So I'll just name some of the kids in the photo. We have Eric Ventura Marquez, Dochio Coley, Devar Guzman, Chris Turnier, Clover Johnson, Marisha Murray, and Larika Michelle. Some of the members, not all the members are in the photo. And this is the mission of our newspaper, to report on subjects and events relevant to the Wyandanch Memorial High School community and to build the reading and writing skills necessary to become informed citizens of our society. And I think we achieve that with these objectives. All the way at the bottom, it says that's the larger issue. I think we educate the school community about our school, and we do that by carrying out the ethics of journalism. The kids learn how to conduct interviews and use them as the basis for the articles that they've all written in the issues that you have there. They build knowledge of the editing and publishing process, and they gain the experience of public speaking and recording, or with recording technology that we'll show you on the last slide. Some of the accomplishments, there are 2 major ones. I'd say the fruits of our labor are the newspapers that you have in your hands, 3 full-color issues featuring original student stories. So we cover school events, politics, a student does comics, and Mr. Rivera creates crossword puzzles. I wrote a teacher essay in issue number 2. And otherwise just generating or showcasing student excellence. So we put student creative writing in the issue that's coming out next week. That's issue 3, if you have the picture of the seniors on the cover. Any student who's won awards recently, we reviewed the high school band's concert during the holiday season, and of course we post the honor roll names when they get published. And Eric Ventura Marquez is a freshman at the high school. He is actually at the awards ceremony and couldn't make it, I guess, on time. So we have Chris, who's going to talk to you a little bit about what he gets out of the newspaper club. So I'd like to invite Chris Turnier up.
Hello, board. As a student, a part of the journalism and newspaper club, I've learned a lot about the importance of deadlines, even though they're not always met in the club, but also just getting better with my writing and my editing. And my favorite moments of the newspaper club has always been getting the complete project and having them posted throughout the school. In my English classes, everyone gets to talk about what happened. And even if you're not able to make it to an event at the high school, you're still able to celebrate your classmates. I've used the skills I've learned in the class to edit a video that's also in the slides, but it's also getting me prepared for my college career where I'm going to Mercy University for media production. There's a lot of room for the newspaper club to grow. I have my own criticisms, but I'll keep them to myself for now. But I hope that in the next years, it grows into something even more. Even though I won't be there to contribute, I'll still be looking out for it. Thank you.
I have 2 slides just of screenshots of the paper, but the real screenshots are the ones that are in front of you. I'd like to close out something that, I don't know, can we play a video? There should be a video on the screen, I don't know. One thing that we tried to do this year was we tried to make, like, time just worked against us, but we wanted to make like a YouTube channel. We wanted to call it maybe the Wyandanch Broadcasting Channel. Chris and another student, Mauricia, filmed the PACE Lab, which is part of the life skills program. So if you're autistic and you're not, learning against the standard curriculum, you're like learning how to cook and that sort of thing. The PACE Lab is a way for them to get work experience at school, and they made this video, which I think is pretty excellent. So I guess we'll just wait for that to play. And there's some sound to it as well, but it's only a minute long.
Thank you for coming to do an article in the PACE Lab. PACE stands for Practical Assessment Exploration System. It's a research-based assessment system that identifies aptitude for community-based employment, functional skills, interests, and work behavior strengths. The PACE Lab is a curriculum that operates in a simulated work environment in which students become employees, teachers become supervisors, students will get the feel of real work and gain learning experiences in many work areas. This is a hands-on program that provides training, functional assessment, exploration, and work behavior development for students. Students exploring PACE will gain knowledge of many job skills and will develop a better understanding of their place in the real world. Many of the staff and students know about the cafe, but they don't really know about the hidden gem of the PACE Lab. Thank you so much for considering the students of the life skills class. Thank you.
And also shout out to Miss France, who was so gracious to let us film in the PACE Lab. But that's the presentation. Thank you guys for having us.
I would like to just give our high schools another round of applause. You know, one of the things I think we want to make sure that we focus on is telling our story. And that's what you saw this evening. You know, they're telling their story. And we want to make sure that, you know, that newsworthy items such as this get out there to the public, you know, because, because, you know, if we don't tell our story, then the narrative gets told for us, and it doesn't look this way. So thank you for being here this evening. I want to thank also, you know, all of our high school team for being here this evening as well. You know, I'm sure there are many things you can do, but you're here to support, and I think that's what Wyandanch is about, supporting one another. So thank you.
I just wanted to add, Dr. Wright, that Mr. Karsich and Mr. Robert, this has really been a labor of love for them. I have been in this building until 9 o'clock at night with the two of them, making sure that that the issue was printed. They go out of their way that once they've edited, they have it translated into other languages to make sure that their work not only celebrates, but is accessible by every student in the building. And I think that's a lot of work, particularly for a first-year club, and I just want to acknowledge that publicly.
Thank you. And for now, that concludes the presentations. We'll get back to that a little later on in the, you know, in the meeting.
let me get the seal of biliteracy going and we'll get right on that.
So wants to do that now. I know. Yes.
So, good evening, members of the Wyandanch Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Wright, esteemed colleagues, and the Wyandanch community. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Gaetano Vocar, and I serve as a proud member of the Wyandanch Learning Community in the capacity of Director of English as a New Language and World Languages. This evening, alongside with Ms. Nellie Duran, World Language Lead Teacher, we'd like to acknowledge two students who have been awarded the New York State Seal of Biliteracy. So the New York State Seal of Biliteracy recognizes high school graduates who have attained a high level of proficiency in English and one or more world languages. The intent of the New York State Seal of Biliteracy is to identify high school graduates with language and biliteracy skills for employers, to provide universities with additional information about applicants seeking admission and placement, and also to prepare students with 21st century skills and to affirm the value of diversity in a multilingual society. Successful candidates earn 3 points in English and 3 points in each world language from a points matrix. This includes course grades, national and state exams, transcripts, and culminating projects. This evening, it's our pleasure to award the New York State Seal of Biliteracy in English and in Spanish to the following two students. Our first candidate is Emily A. Melgar Martinez. Ms. Martinez is going to be attending St. Joseph's University, where she'll be studying education, and we're going to get a little contract so when she's done with education, she's going to come back to Wyandanch and work here. So just remember that. Yeah. Our next candidate is Sarah Mejia. Ms. Mejia is continuing in higher education and will be studying nursing. I also want to thank Ms. Duran, our world language teacher, lead teacher, who has taken the lead on the Seal of Biliteracy. When I came to her in September, I said, we need to do this for our students. We need to get this going. She said, what? And I said, this is what we're going to do. And she just took everything, ran with it. She attended the Seal of Biliteracy Council meetings, which were monthly meetings after school. She worked in conjunction with many students to get them ready for the Seal of Biliteracy. So I also want to acknowledge Ms. Duran. Ms. Duran, I didn't like any of the flowers. Token to say thank you so much for everything you do for our students.
Thank you so much.
I would like to also, please take your picture, and I would like to also get the board to gather around as well and take a picture with the board also. You could start with them first. Okay. Okay.
We did it ahead. time just in case. Of course. Yeah. With my big smile. Was that, yeah.
I would like to announce to the community if there are any delegates that would like to be heard tonight. The sign-up sheet is right there on that table.
Madam Attorney, got too many board members out right now, so the meeting has to be at ease. All right, we can go back. Are they good to go?
Good evening, Board of Education, community members, and colleagues. Tonight I will be presenting on the New York State bell-to-bell cell phone ban, the little presentation I like to call phones down, heads up. Ready? Okay, as part of the 2026 fiscal year state budget, Governor Hochul has implemented the New York State Distraction-Free Schools Initiative. And unlike what other states may or may not do, or some schools may or may not do, this is a bell-to-bell plan, which includes not only instructional time, but hallways, lunches, study hall. It is bell to bell, entry to exit. Policies must also be equitable and make sure that there's a fair enforcement across the district. And schools, meaning districts, must develop their own implementation plans, including how devices will be stored. In addition, and this is the really fun part for me, schools must provide a way for parents to contact students during the day in case of an emergency. However that contact is, must be Ed Law 2D compliant and must not be monitored by anyone in the district. So it really limits, I see you're nodding, Ms. Lloyd, it really limits what some of our plans can be. This is to target classroom distractions, to improve student focus, academic performance, and most importantly for me, to support youth mental health by limiting exposure to social media during school hours. Now, some of you may or may not know is I am the district-wide hearing officer. And would you like, I heard that, Would anyone like to guess what percentage of hearings I have involve a cell phone and or social media? 99. I had one that was a vape. The rest of them were started on social media, they texted, they posted, they sent, they took a picture, they did this. Cell phones are the bane of my superintendent hearings. So, and it's not just me, and it's not just us. So here's some data, from someone you might have heard of, the Surgeon General or the National Institute of Health. This is not made up numbers. These are real numbers. After a student picks up their phone, it's an average of 20 minutes for them to get back on task. Of all of our students, and Christopher, I really don't want to pick on you, but 68% of students will admit that cell phones during the school day is a distraction for them. Christopher's nodding his head. Students who are on their phone average a 15-point decrease in mathematics proficiency. And students, and this is my 15-year-old daughter, spend an average of 3 hours a day on social media sites. And last night at dinner, we talked about how Magnolia and Emily hung out without her on Sunday. How did she know that? Social media. Now, a lot of schools, including probably the high school, the middle school, all of our schools that say we don't allow phones, right? Matter of fact, 77% of schools will say we don't allow phones. But if there's not a plan and a strategy and progress monitoring in place, it's really an unenforceable wish. Wow, those are really good. Okay, I worked really hard on this presentation. I can't click it anymore. Thanks. So I did my due diligence. As most of you know, technology is kind of my wheelhouse here. And there's a low-tech and a high-tech, a low-cost and a high-cost option. So I'm going to present both options, and I'm sure that you will think that my presentation is biased, and it is. But it's biased because I am married to a teacher and I have a 15-year-old child. So I don't look at this just from a district point of view. I'm looking at it because these are the conversations we have at home. So the first is the in-classroom storage bin. And that can range from a Rubbermaid tote that we order in bulk from Lowe's, because we can take purchase orders at Lowe's, or even those little shoe racks that when I was a math teacher, we stored my calculators in on the back of the door. So when I talk about storage bins, you might have one idea, you might have another idea, but we're all talking about the same thing. I highlighted the pros with the green dot, which means that the red dot is obviously the cons. But what really is most important to me, I think, is the bottom con of each bucket. So a storage bin, pouch, shower curtain in the classroom puts the onus on whom? Teachers. I, as an administrator, don't want you to argue with students about your phone. What do I want you to do? I want you to teach. So if you are taking class time, of which there's not enough, and you're using it to collect or distribute cell phones, to me, it's chipping away and it's not really solving the problem. The other pros and cons are what they are. You're basically collecting a $1,000 computer from a kid and hoping to goodness that the right kid takes it back at the end of the day. Because I promise you, if the wrong kid does, who's liable? Us, you, us, everyone in this room. Now, the yonder pouches, I did ask them, President Crawford, to send me samples. They tried to overnight them. We couldn't get it. I was going to try and run over to South Huntington and pick up a sample. I just couldn't get there today. So I apologize, but they are coming. So a yonder pouch is a magnetic pouch. The student comes, they put their phone in the pouch. There is a magnetic thing. They click it, and it's sealed for the day. The student puts it in their backpack, their coat, their pants, wherever, their tote bag, their clear tote bag, and it stays with them all day. Now, if there's an emergency, there can be magnetic bases in the nurse's office, there can be magnetic bases in the guidance suite, there can be magnetic bases in the main office. So there are options. It's not just the one base by the front door or the back door. Is it going to slow down entry and exit at the school door? 1,000%. However, how many people are in that classroom? One, maybe two adults, if you're lucky. How many people, Mr. Sibley's, can we put at the school door entry to assist with entry? Not enough, but more than in a classroom. Is it going to be a huge pain in the butt the first couple of days? Yes. First couple of weeks? Probably. But what's the payoff? Is the payoff more time on task? Is the payoff less superintendent hearings about who posted what, who sent what, who took what picture? Yes. There are other pros and cons, and I will tell you that Yonder is doing a contract with Eastern Suffolk BoCEs, and I think most of you know we have a really high aid ratio with BoCEs. In addition, the budget does include $13.5 million to help schools. Now, I don't know how much of that we're getting. Calvin probably doesn't know how much of that nobody knows. I mean, I don't even think Hochul knows how much we're getting. But regardless, we have options. So this is what could be the payoff. We are not the first school in New York State that would use Yonder. Matter of fact, there's a lot of schools that do. And they saw a 15% increase in passing grades. They saw a 44% decrease in behavior referrals. They saw 84% positive change in student engagement and a 72% increase in student behavior. In addition, 68% increase in academic performance. And I put 3 quotes here. I didn't want to put just a quote from a district administrator, so I added one from a teacher. And Christopher, I added one from a student. It's helping us to learn better communication skills and how to act appropriately in the workplace and life in general. As a parent, do you know what we argue with my child the most when she's talking to adults that she doesn't know well? Would anyone like to guess? Eye contact. She has not been forced to make eye contact with people because everyone walks around like this. And that's not a Wyandanch thing, that's what I see in my own home. The biggest concern, and it's a valid concern, and I have this concern, is that my child going to be safe if their phone is magnetized shut. So let's really talk about if something were to happen and you have 30 child's cell phones in a bucket on your desk and you have to evacuate the room. What are 30 students going to be concerned with? Are they going to be listening to you? Are they going to be listening to you, Sibley's, on the intercom about where to go and what to do? They're going to be concerned about getting their phone back, which is why I suggest we don't take it. Now, those magnets I spoke about before, there are some that come with a handheld. So in case of emergency, Mr. Sibley's and his team can have a magnet that's on a handheld, and once the students have evacuated safely, they can be unlocked from wherever we are. They can really probably be cut with a really good pair of kitchen shears too, if we wanted to do that. But what we don't want to do is divert focus from an emergency and have children focused on the wrong thing. And again, it's about partnership. It's helping us all to understand that instant communication isn't always safer communication. And once we can understand that, then we can work to build around that. We, us, have to develop effective communication plans. And we, us, have to make sure that everyone follows safety procedures. When we buy Yonder, if we buy, I make suggestions, you make decisions. It is not just we're getting the pouches and the magnets and they say, peace out, have fun. It's a full implementation plan once we've made our commitment that we are going to follow the all-day phone-free model. That includes Attorney Gomez. They will support with that required district cell phone policy. They will support us to make sure that we have that in place by the time we need to have it in place. They will provide all of the equipment that you see there. They will come and they will meet with us. They will have a pre-launch meeting. They will have a post-launch meeting. They will have a mid-year meeting. They will have an end-of-the-year meeting. It's a cyclical. If we're successful, they're going to be successful. We can order flyers, handouts, presentations, lesson plans. Mr. Sibley's, I can have them come and be with you on the first day of school. I would have to pay extra for that, but we could do that if that's what we needed. And there can be lesson plans that you could use in your class as to why we're making this model, and really start the discussion, Christopher, as to why this is the most important thing that we're probably going to do for next year. So, is Yondr the better option? It is costly. It is $30 per student. We have approximately 1,400 students in grades 6 through 12, but I will remind everyone, a low estimate of our BoCE's aid ratio would be 75%. We could end up as high as 90, but in that ballpark. 75 to 90% of that money is coming back to us next year. It will coordinate, Mr. Sibley's, with our new student ID management move. I spoke with Move today, and if we were to move forward, a student would have their move badge, which is what they will use to tap in for attendance. And on the back of a Yondr pouch is a little clear like a luggage tag that you would see on a briefcase. We will get a second ID with the second RFID that will go in. So if you forgot your ID badge, and we'll just pretend this is my Yondr pouch, on the back of it is my RFID. I can still tap entry in the building. I can still tap attendance in the classroom. I can still do all of those things, even though my phone is safely locked. It relieves Ms. Lloyd, classroom teachers, of having to collect cell phones and distribute cell phones and monitor cell phones. It helps to ensure a consistent bell-to-bell ban across both schools, and they do provide implementation, monitoring support, and including policy development. And see. Are there questions? So this is not going to be a Christine Jordan said so conversation. Like, this would be a discussion with you, Dr. Darby, your admin team, Mr. Opala, everyone. And just like we do the same thing with the other devices we give them. We're giving them a $500 computer. There are disciplinary actions that are tied to the willful, the willful destruction of your device. Just as though there will be punishment, penalization, consequences for the willful destruction of your device. It's a device that we're providing students for their learning. And there will be a plan. I have ideas, I make suggestions, you make decisions.
We will need to have policy around this as well. And as we, develop the policy, we can take those things into consideration and see how to best work and support our students as well. Because I think if we work from a supportive angle, I think that we can get everyone to comply. That's the goal.
Question, have we explored the option of a cell phone signal jammer?
That is outlawed by the FCC.
Gotcha.
So for some of those discussions, I would refer to the building administration. However, the advantage, I will say it this, the advantage that MLK has over the middle school and the high school is there are 9 periods at the high school and the middle school, which means it's 9 times that phone has to be handed back and collected. At MLK, it could be collected during homeroom with the storage bin and then given back by that same teacher at the end of the day. So I'm not saying it would never go to MLK. I'm saying at MLK, I think it would be much easier to manage with the low tech, low cost option and let us focus on the middle school and high school where it's just a lot of movement all of the time. And again, that would be a conversation with that building administration. Mm-hmm. That's correct. And just to be clear, Christine Jordan, did not ban cell phones for Wyandanch School District. Governor Hochul, banned cell phones for everyone. Our job is to do what the state told us to do. Yes, Ms. Braswell. Mm-hmm. So I do that at home. I turn my daughter's phone off at 10:30, and I turn it back on at 6:30. But we don't monitor children's cell phone. We can't. I mean, that's a huge privacy. Nope, no ma'am. Oh, he like in the pouches. Oh yeah, it's a willful destruction. Yes, it's a willful destruction. It's a behavior referral. There'll be a ladder of referrals, like Mr. Siblu was saying. The first time it's a conversation with a parent. The second time it might be when you walk in the door for 30 days, you don't put your phone in a pouch. You give it to Sibley's. Because now, like, we're just going to make it more difficult for you. So again, I make suggestions, you make decisions, but there would be a ladder of referral. Thank you.
I just want to applaud Dr. Jordan for taking us on. We talked about it. Late last week, and she had some ideas already, and then she just really went to work, early this week to prepare for today. So thank you. So I've been here now a total of 8 days, and 8 wonderful days, 8 long wonderful days. And this is my first board meeting. And at this meeting, I have the opportunity and the pleasure of providing our trustees with a prestigious award from the School Boards Association. And so several trustees will receive an award tonight. There's some they may have taken them home already, but it's okay. We will do it again next month so that they have an opportunity uh, to take a picture with their award, because I think that when we have accomplishments that are taking place from our trustees, we need to really applaud them for the simple fact that they do this work, this tireless work, to ensure that our district is best meeting the needs of our entire school community. So I just want to thank you on behalf of the cabinet and of our entire school community. So with that being said, first and foremost, what I want to say is that this acknowledgement of the school board is the school board members who strive to continually expand their governance, knowledge, and skills. So this award is comprised of 4 levels, 4 achievement levels that are reached by accumulating points for participating in New York State School Boards Association training, workshops, events, and activities, as well as for taking on board-related roles such as board president and New York State School Board Association's advocacy liaisons. So first, level 1, I just would like to call up Ms. Holder, Trustee Holder. Yeah, that's right, you're coming up. And so we don't have her certificate this evening because she has it at home, but I just want to give her this and say congratulations to you. Yeah. Also, level 1 the board achievement, Trustee Brown. Not here this evening with us is Trustee Walker, so we will make sure that we provide her with her certificate and award next month. Also, level 1 board achievement, I would like to ask Trustee Morris to come join us, please. So the level 4, and level 4 is for our trustees who have been able to attend annual conventions, education expos, and they have been able to just give even that much more time at this point, in a year. And so I would like for Trustee Crawford, President Crawford, to come join us, please. Congratulations. Appreciate you. And then lastly, I would like to have Trustee Baker. I wonder, is there a relationship there? Congratulations.
Take my picture.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Can we see it?
You want to take it out?
Already framed.
That's why I didn't want to. I didn't want to be the one.
You start now.
I didn't want to be the one, but you're gonna put me on the spot, okay?
Beautiful. Thank you. Where you pay for? So we won all of this year.
Not this time. It's probably going to be next month. I don't have. I'm sure. I'm sure Trustee Corbin will be receiving hers next month. I've seen her at every event that I've attended. So I'm sure there's an oversight, so we will make sure next month. Thank you. Lastly, before we move forward, I just want to just give some updates. Like I said earlier, I've been in the district now for 8 days, and I've had the opportunity to get around to the schools and get into classrooms, go to different events, but more importantly, I was welcome, and I already feel like I'm part of the Wyandanch family already. So, that's a joy, for me and my family. But last week, there were several great events that took place, such as starting off with the pre-K moving up ceremony. That was a wonderful event to see our youngest scholars, perform. And they did an excellent job in performing. Also, they had their kindergarten and their second grade moving up ceremony as well. Um, MLO had their cultural festival last month, which was I didn't get an opportunity to attend that because there were so many events going on, and we will do better, next year. But I heard it went really well. We also had a history expo at the Wyandanch Library, and it was an event where all of our schools took part, and it was really a wonderful event as well. At the high school last week, there was a vaping conference held in conjunction with the town of Babylon, and Principal Sibley's, did a wonderful job just really having his children present on the dangers of vaping, and our scholars really made us proud last week. So thank you, Principal Sibley's. There was also the JROTC ball that took place as well last week, and I had the opportunity to attend that. That was my first ball here in Wyandanch, and I must say the kids looked amazing, and they really conducted themselves very, very well. Let's keep them dressed up. And the staff they conducted themselves well as well. They were dressed up also, weren't they, Principal Sibley's? Um, then there was also Senior Award Night, where I want to start by saying for the Senior Award Night, I want to thank not only the faculty and staff that was there, but also our community, and the donations that took place. We really have partners in this work that are helping our scholars go to college and in some cases go free or for a nominal cost. So I just want to thank all of our our organizations that donated and played a part. You know, and also community members as well, because we also had the community donating as well. So thank you. And I don't know, you know, all that, like I said earlier, all that negative, publicity that comes our way. I can see our scholars are going places. You know, I saw that last week, so that was great to see. So Friday, June 13th is decision day, you know, and our seniors will be letting us know where they're planning to attend college next year, and that's going to be a great event. And I hope that the high school faculty and staff really validate and affirm, our scholars, because they worked hard, and that next step, in their journey, is very important, and they need to know that how much we appreciate what they've done, here during their time in Wyandanch. So it's going to be a great event. I'm looking to potentially have some surprises moving forward. I'm not going to say it yet. We'll see what happens, right, Dr. Jordan, right, Dr. Havisham? We'll see what happens. And if we're able to pull it off, I'm sure you guys will be excited as well. This year, next week, hopefully. I'm not going to say it just in case it doesn't happen. But for for our scholars, our high school scholars on Saturday, even though I know it's Wine Dance Day as well, there's some. So it's Wine Dance Day. But so that's. I hope everyone comes out. But for our scholars, there's the ACT exam as well at 8 a.m. So for the community, hope you're listening. Please, if your scholars, your children have signed up, please make sure that they take that exam on Saturday. Then they can come out and hang out with us. Principal Sibley's, make sure it happens. You and your team. um, and then it's the next few weeks. We have several ceremonies taking place as well. MLK will have their stepping up ceremony at the high school on the 24th at 10 a.m. On June 25th, MLO will have their moving up ceremony for 8th grade at the high school as well. And then on the 27th is our grand finale. Wyandanch Memorial High School will have their graduation ceremony. So I hope, and that time is 10 a.m. At the high school. So I hope all will be in attendance, and it'll be a great event, and it'll be a great way to send off our high school, our seniors, our scholars. All right, so thank you. That concludes my report for this evening. Like I said, it's day 8, my first one. I'm glad this part of it is over, and I look forward to many more. Thank you.
No, President Crawford.
Mr. President, may I make a motion that we block vote all resolutions with the exception of resolution number 10A3 and 10B23.
Trustee Morris, is this personnel?
Correct.
That would be 10B11, 10B12, 10B16 through 22.
So 16 to 22 was pulled beforehand, so that's
Yes.
already off the agenda.
Okay.
But you are correct with the ones that, the two resolutions that you pulled.
10B11, 10B12, and then 10B16 through 22. Trustee Brown? Ten B 24.
I stand corrected, not 23, 24. Yes.
Mhm. That's what I have.
That's incorrect. 16 to 22 is not on the agenda anymore, as it was pulled during the adoption of the agenda, so it's stricken from the record.
Okay.
So
10B 12,
10B 11 and 12
and
was then
24.
pulled by administration. 24 and 10B 3 is now being pulled out of the consideration for a block vote. 10A 3 and 10B 24 is being pulled for a separate vote, and the motion on the floor is to block vote all resolutions that remain on the table with the exception of 10A 3 and 10B 24. You would have.
I'm sorry, just for clarification purposes, I wanted to make sure that the correct items are being pulled from the block vote. There was a request to pull 10A3, correct, Mr. Morris? Okay, there was also a request to pull 10B11 and 10B12. Okay, thank you. And there was finally a request to pull 10B24, made by Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Okay, so with the exception of those items, is there a motion to block vote?
Oh, okay. That's fine. But, Brown.
Brown second. Any questions? All minds clear? No one's voting? The first and second, any questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? 6-0-0. Now for the actual vote, Morris first. Holder second. Any questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? Those abstaining? 6-0-0. Oh.
I just don't know all of the teachers that got it.
Everybody that's in the room got something tonight. Let's put it like that.
So I just want to congratulate all of our tenure awardees this evening. Dr. Habersham, can you say some of those names, please, for us this evening?
Some names.
Can you say the names? Yes. And while we are awaiting Dr. Habersham, and she will give us those names, I just want to congratulate Dr. Ty Scarlett, our new Director of Athletics.
Thank you. You ready?
Yes.
Congratulations to our new tenured teachers. Rakaya Franz, special education teacher. Michelle Pocamisa, elementary school teacher. Jennifer Breyer, physical education teacher. Shanique Ware, physical education teacher. Christina DiMartino, ESL teacher. Darnell Toussaint, special education teacher. Renee Williamson, social studies teacher. Yasmin Yanis, school counselor. Rosalina Brown, CSE chairperson, and Sherry Brown, teaching assistant. Congratulations again.
We look forward to working with you guys for many, many years. 10 years just to start. Still a lot of work to be done. You know, our scholars need you, so we look forward to you continuing the great work that you've been doing. Thank you.
(10A3). I don't think I have it. 10A3. Which one is 10A3? Okay.
Point of order. What's going on here?
I was just talking about the.
As it pertains to 10A3? 10A3? 10A3, which is a resolution that was pulled, is yeah, 10A3. That's what I pulled. I pulled, yeah, 10A3, Administration Resolution number 3. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Hold, hold on, so then the formal way of doing that then would have to be, a motion had to be put on the floor to reconsider. And then a majority of the board would, supermajority of the board have to say yes to such reconsideration. Which there'll be 5 members who are present.
For discussion.
Yes, I would like to discuss it further.
Okay. I know. Right. Right. So there's a motion on the floor to reconsider 10B3. Is there first?
Brown.
Is there second? Crawford.
Okay.
Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 6-0-0 to reconsider.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
So now that there's a motion, the motion on the floor to reconsider has passed. Now we have to consider it now. Will we be entertaining it as a motion to approve or a motion to table? Now, I'm gonna make a motion to approve, but I do understand that a motion to table sets precedent over a motion to approve. Sorry, yes. So I'll make a motion that we approve 10B3. Now, anybody can throw a motion out to table it, and it'll.
Motion on the floor to table. Second. Crawford, any questions, comments, concerns? Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining.
I'm abstaining.
5-0-1. Motion table for discussion, executive session. Administration 1.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
That'll be administration number 3. 1 and 2 were already approved.
Yes. I'm sorry, 3. Administration number 3.
Motion to approve.
Okay. 10A3.
Yeah, I would like for us to vote on it now, but I just have some questions as pertain to it. No. They were talking about 10B3, personnel.
Okay. Mr. Morris, you have the floor.
I don't have the floor yet. It wasn't entertained yet.
No, 10B3. 10B3 was tabled. 10A was not. No, he originally pulled it, but it's not now. It's on the floor now.
No, 10A.
Baker first, second. Corbin second. Questions?
Okay, yes. I have a few questions. There were surveys that went out regarding the name change. However, what the board was presented was the resolution absent of the survey results. That's issue number 1. Well, really, that's number 2. Number 1 is that an announcement went out the other day that we were now the Wyandanch Wolves, but yet this being a matter that we've been discussing for the last 2 years, the only decision to change our name rests within the Board of Education. But now the community is in an uproar because there was an improper notification that went out, absent board approval, board decision. I don't even know how we got to the decision of the name Wolves. I understand the need for the change. I understand that surveys went out. But we as a Board of Education have not seen any survey results, have been presented with anything. What I have been presented.
So upon entering the district, one of the things that I did is, one of the things that happened is last week I received an email from our media consultants, yes, media relations consultant, and they wanted to know if we were going to add anything to a story that was going to come out, last weekend. And I surveyed the board, letting the board know what information that I was able to come across, which was actually on the website in terms of the surveys that were taking place. And so afterwards, I provided our media relations organization or company with that data, with that information, which they presented to the newspaper. And so the story came out, and the bottom line was that the survey was already taking place. The survey results came out. It was an error that it was, presented, to the community, but the survey results were the results, at that point in time. And it was out there that it was out of three, you know, um, three choices. Um, I My plan was to to have the board resolution be presented, this evening, which we did put a resolution in place, I believe a couple of days ago, and we wanted to present it to you. So it was an error that actually that information went out to the community, but that was the results of the survey, that I have received. We're trying to meet the deadlines that have been imposed by state ed, and by federal mandates as well. And so I just wanted to move forward, because I wanted to make sure we were in compliance. There have been, as we know, there has been, we tried to stop, put a stop on it from before, and we lost, and we were given a deadline of June 30th to be in compliance. So that's what I was just trying to make sure that we do. And like I said, I was communicating with the board, from my time being here.
What I will say is, since the board has listened to what was stated at the three community meetings that was held in May of 2023, as well as what the steering committee at the time presented to us, and they charged us with fighting like hell to keep the name. Uh, there are some school districts who have been very strong in not agreeing with the state. However, I know that when they put the almighty dollar on the line, we have to figure it out. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and spend all of our money on legal fees when kids have to receive an education. So what I would say is that we acknowledge in the resolution that just because this resolution may pass, it's not us saying that we are in agreement with it, but my mama taught me how to comply, then complain. And Linda McMahon, she did come down here. She was in Massapequa. I did receive a call from the board president in Massapequa, Kerry, who had stated that they felt like they're the only district left in the fight. And I said, well, y'all have enough money to fight. So, and I do know that what the federal government decides to do on behalf of Massapequa, it'll trickle down to us, hopefully. So all I say is we're going to watch them and figure it out from there. But I pulled this resolution so that there can be a better understanding publicly on one, how we got here, since some people seem to have forgotten after this being in the media for the last 3 years. And then secondly, is to clear the air that we as a board is not saying that we are against the warrior name. Our hands are tied. There's nothing more we can do because we're at the end of the road and we have exhausted all options and opportunities to save the name. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Just question, so we all clear on the same page. So if we don't decide by June 30th, what are the ramifications for the district? If we don't decide on a change of a name.
Board members will lose their seat, and state funding, state aid would be withheld from the district. Now, you can vote no, Crawford, and somebody else may stand with you, but you'll be out of here by July 1st, so they could try to remove the last man standing.
Let's make sure we're on the same page in terms of the ramification of us not moving, because there's a lot of chatter of, my generation, those before, and some after of, there's pride tied to the name, but as board members, our hands are tied in terms of we have to make a decision or we lose funding.
And not only that, and I'm going to add that the district went above and beyond in order to hear the concerns of the public. Now, all we can do is host and invite. If you don't show up, That's on you. And there's more people that's complaining now than there were in those same meetings when we asked for you to come out. So at the end of the day, pardon me? Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And I wish the community would stop. I really do wish the community would stop because they was not there. And I can tell you they was not there. And they can come at me if they want to. They was not there. It's not fair to our children. I'm not a Facebook person, but I would tell in person, it's not fair. You was not there. So keep your mouth shut.
Thank you. That's right. I like that version of Miss Kathy.
See, I gave that to him. See, I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing.
But it's the truth. You know, this is not something that just happened overnight. We This has been ongoing for the last 2, probably 3 years. No one said anything when the state denied us after we were the only school district to receive the agreement from a tribe that said go ahead with the name. State turned around and said, oh, well, it's a day late. Nobody said nothing then. We all did, and those who were here. The steering committee, they said file a lawsuit. We filed it. We lost. At the end of the day, we got to comply. That's all. Let me shut up now.
I would just say that, thank you all for the comments. And, as part of being fiscally responsible, I know the work that, you all have done as a board over the years to get us back into compliance and get us above water. And so me coming in charged with, ensuring that, I hold up my end, to ensure that our children get what they need. I just wanted to make sure that I was doing my part. And to those who, who unfortunately, it really, really bothers, from the standpoint that feel that tradition is not being honored. We have to think about our children, our scholars. We need the funding so that we can ensure that we meet their needs. And, our scholars have spoken, and our school community have spoken. And so we have to honor them as well. And we will move forward. We're ensuring in the future that we are upholding tradition as much as we can, especially when it doesn't, when we're not up against these mandates that will put us at a deficit. Thank you.
And one other thing that I will say, now that everybody's watching, in this regulation, and the biggest thing that we were fighting was freedom of speech. That was the primary argument. Because according to the state, they're saying that if somebody in the community, which I'm sure they will, comes to a sporting event or a scene on school district property with a shirt that says Wyandanch Warriors or has an Indian head, we will be at risk of losing funding or be fined. So now we have to then turn around and police what people now wear. So that's the biggest issue and argument that was brought in federal court. So they said that we can't let no one on school grounds that's with a shirt that says Wyandanch Warriors or even Wyandanch Warriors with an Indian head on it. So we have to be mindful of that as well. That funding is still on the line. So they may demonstrate a protest. However, we have money that we need and need to keep.
Thank you. Business.
We have to vote on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. First and second. Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 5-0-0. No, we pulled that. Baker Corbett. 5-0-0. Business.
I just want to thank our our current athletic director, director of athletics, Mr. Stephen Davis, for a wonderful job and what he did.
Thank you, Mr. President. Business C1 is a resolution.
Y'all done got confused here. Business resolutions have passed. We block voted already.
Yes, the
They all-
entire agenda has been block voted and approved, with the exception of the remaining items, which are 10B11, 10B12, and 10B24.
Thank you, Council, and Mr. Morris, I apologize then for not being more attentive, but I would ask by whatever mechanism you can to undo business C2, as that was going to be pulled, needs to be pulled. It's not the right company.
Motion to reconsider business 10C2.
Morris,
Morris first, second. Holder. Any questions? Those in favor, those opposed? Morris Holder. 500. So you're gonna pull it, Mr.
Yes, and next meeting we'll come back with the right company.
so motion to table.
Motion to table 10C2. 10C2.
I'm sorry, I don't know that there can be a motion to table at this point. It's already been approved, perhaps.
We just reconsidered it. We just reconsidered 5-0. So no action needed.
Yeah, what I'm requesting is a motion to rescind 10C2, and if the board chooses to move forward, then it can put it on the agenda for the next meeting. But at this point, it's already been approved, so we should probably rescind it.
We just rescinded it. Just rescind it. No, we rescinded it already. Just rescind it.
It's been reconsidered at this point, and now we would need a motion to rescind.
Rescind, all right. Motion to
10C2.
rescind.
Morris,
Morris first. Holder second. Any questions? Motion to rescind 10C2. All in favor, opposed, abstaining. 5-0-0. Rescind. I think this is one. I think this is one. Yeah, that's that one. What's that? It's personnel. Do we want to discuss it or go back in?
Huh?
You want exec session or?
we still have 10B24.
It's personnel, so we need to discuss it in executive.
So motion for executive session?
We point of order.
Yes, sir.
We still have 10B24 to entertain.
We want to talk about it in executive session. It's personnel.
24. There was only two items on there that we're looking at discussing, but the rest of the resolution looks good to me to consider.
So you want to pull those two for exec and then vote on the rest?
I have no,
No, not 24. 24 we paused.
that's correct. However, if there's no issues with other items on the resolution, then you can pass the resolution or entertain the rest of the resolution
And then
aside from the
pull the ones that issue.
areas that there may be concern.
All right, so we can do it. Let's go.
So what are you going to do?
You want me to pull in?
Where? The letter.
The letter?
10B24. Letter H,
And then also I would pull I.
And I'm pulling I.
H and I. Yep, correct. H and I pull for executive session. 10B24.
Wait, I gotta pull another one too.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm joking.
Oh.
Hey, Crystal.
It's a H and I. H and I. You said H and I, right? H and I, correct?
H and I.
All right. So H and I's pulled. 10B24, excluding H and I. First, Corbin. Second,
Morris.
Morris. Any questions? Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, 6-0-0. Are we moving 11 and 12 into executive session?
No, 11 or 12, they recommended that we pull till they come back to us
Okay.
at another meeting with the correct
Okay.
dollar amounts
So motion for executive session?
to
Baker.
discuss
Employment.
Morris.
Morris. Any questions?
Yeah, we can get out by 9:30.
9:30, 9:20.
We can get out at 9:20.
8 minutes. We don't need that long. Those in favor, opposed, abstaining, 6-0-0 at 9:12 to 9:20. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out. And congratulations to our tenure teachers. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Director.
You have secured the bag.